Right. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Okay, let's get going. More work on the combo box. Woot Dragon, how's it going? Welcome. Working on combo box today. So right now there's no materials on them or anything. That's why they don't match the rest of the UI, but we'll hopefully work on that today. So what I want to do to start with, I think, you've got this rounded edge here. And it's still here even if we haven't exceeded the minimum width. I think I want to sort that out. So if it doesn't exceed the minimum width, it just goes straight down. Otherwise, it's curved. So we'll see if we can do that. It's been working slowly. Yeah. Me too. Hard to get. It's hard for me to get going after such a long break. We'll get in the flow of things soon. Okay. So if the context is item list, we do this. So sometimes we want 0, sometimes we want 8. So how do we want to do this? We want context information, really. Curious what C plus 26 is bringing. Hope it's good. Yeah, me too. Breaks Windows 7. Ah, right, okay. I've upgraded to that on my laptop. Not on this computer, though. But I won't do it on this computer. I'll probably upgrade on this computer when... Apparently in March this year, there's meant to be some kind of big update coming out with a lot of C++ 26 stuff, apparently. But we'll see. Sticking with 14.3, yeah. Yeah, cool. Are you working on Windows 7? Or you just want to support Windows 7 stuff? So we do need some context. Some kind of like way to be like somewhere to store information about the context, essentially. Do you want it to support running on Windows 7? Yeah, cool. Cool. Got all laptops. Yeah. Yeah, nice. Common used in the Ah, right, okay. Yeah, okay, cool. I think with this, it's really going to be Windows 10 and 11, I'd say. I could have a look at port into Windows 7. Like as an extension to the entire project in a few years time, if we really want to. There's demand for it, but I'm not sure. Okay. So we want to put in some actual context into the canvas in the game UI canvas itself. So we will do struct item list canvas context. And then we want to put in float. Put bool exceeds yeah, we'll say exceeds minimum width. How do you spell exceeds? Like that. False. Sometimes I want to go absolute latest, but the thing is, most of the latest is meant for like 5090 GPUs. And if you want to do the latest, you're basically killing off your CPU slot. AV512. I think there's higher now. Yeah, I mean, you'd want to go for, I suppose, the lowest spec you can, where your thing still runs well, I suppose, so it works on the most computers. Night Child, work harder. It's going to take me a few days to get up and running after 2.5 weeks off. Good morning, hope you're alright. I wanted to ask you as well, I tried your game. Does it work on keyboard and mouse? Because I couldn't get it past the title screen. I wondered if it's just because you need a controller for it. I don't have one. I don't have one that plugs into my laptop anyway. I could dig one out. I've got one somewhere. I'm not sure where. AVX 10.2 AMD Zen 6. I've not heard of those. They're like SIMD instruction sets. I think that's what AVX 512 is. So we're going to go using canvas context types. Controller only, yeah, no problem. Do you need a PS1 controller? Do you work with a PS4 controller or a PS5 controller? Or does it work with an Xbox controller? I've only got an Xbox controller at home. Arch AV X10.2, the latest support full 5 vector. Man, no idea. Made it work with all controllers. Okay, cool. I'll dig out my 360 controller then. I have an old 360 controller that just has a wire on the end of it. You can plug it in. The new ones are all wireless. Oh, at least mine are. VLEN vector length flag. Should do some reading up. Not sure what any of that is really. Yeah, so it's like a SIMD thing. You fancy the new APX instruction change? Ah, cool. Yeah, I'll have a read up on it. So stick that in there. And then we'll do type in tuple canvas context types. And then we'll just do right at the bottom here some storage for canvas context types. Context storage. And then we'll do template is canvas context type, void set context type, type or context or whatever. And that's just going to be context storage, it's the context type. Let's have a look at this. APX, Advanced Performance Extensions. Oh, right, okay. So it's coming out this year or next year on new processors. Very cool. Intel's clone of ARM. I see, okay. Nice. Well, I ain't getting a new processor anytime soon, so so what we can do now, so we actually want to get this context back out again. So we're just going to go template is canvas context type, standard, optional. I will say optref context type. Try get context. Data. Which is return context storage dot, what would it be? Select type context storage. How does this work? Context storage dot let's just try and wrap context type. You're already the cheapest. I tried blocking the stream boot keyword and it just didn't work. I'll just ban this. I always ban them, really. Okay. So that's that then. So the renderer, we can get some storage at. We can get go auto item list data is get, was it try get canvas, try get context data, item list canvas context. I'm going to say if item list data and item list data exceeds minimum width, we do that, else we do that. Okay. So we need to stick one of these in now. Game UI renderer draw combo box. It's here. So we need to store something. Okay, so we have input bounds and we have item list bounds. So we can put it in combo box bounds. So we could do float min width. Result.min width is input bounds dot width, I think. Yeah. So now here we can say if cb bounds dot min width well, what do we want to do? Do we want, let's go back to we were drawing the background. Okay, so if there's no item list data, it just draws it like this anyway. So we'll just stick it in. So we'll say if min width, so we'll say if item list bounds.width is greater than the min width, then we can do item list set context type item list canvas context exceeds min width equals true. So in your settings, C++ could enhance instruction set. What's yours set to? Let's look at code generation. Not set, it says. Not set for debug anyway. Not set at the moment. I think I'll see if I set it to something like SSE. I'll see some kind of performance boost. Set by SEC2 by default. Ah, okay, yeah. Okay, so let's see if we get rounded. So the goal of this is to have rounded corners if the item list exceeds the width of the actual combo box. So that's not a rounded corner, which is good. But if we go to something like display, puts the rounded corner in. I think it's quite nice. Quite nice. Nobody will ever notice that, but all these little things do add up. So we could do something here as well. Could put rounded corners here and here. It's very hard to say because of that could not set monorail stations. There we go. See, we've got a little blue speck. I'll get rid of that little blue speck. So if it has a scroll, we want to do it as well. So we probably want to do this. Where do we want to do this? So I don't think at this point we can determine if it has a scroll. We might be able to. We have a thing called a scroll handle ID. Is that there even if there is no scroll? So if we do this, it's not. Okay. That's good. So that means we can probably do it here. And then this can have, we'll just do bool has v scroll at the moment. So this is dot has v scroll is equal to cb state dot y scroll handle ID is not 0. And then when we come to draw the background, we can say if not item list data. How do we want to do this? We should go standard array radiuses radiuses equals 8, 8, 0, 0. And then we'll do this. And then we'll say, if there's item list data, if item list data, that's vscroll, else if item list data exceeds minimum width, what was it? 8880 was it? Yeah. Don't know if you're allowed to sign arrays like this. That's the problem. Okay, so you need to be float. Right. So if it has a V scroll, it's all rounded. If it exceeds the minimum width, it doesn't have a V scroll. If it doesn't have a V scroll, the top two are rounded. If it has a V scroll, they're all rounded. Ooh, so this is the thing, like it's not just whether it has a V scroll. It needs to have a V scroll and have been pushed off its origin point. Get your instruction set to AVX 10.1. Getting 32 ZMM registers. But you lose support for all other hardwares. Okay. Interesting. Have a play around with those that setting there. See what happens. So if it has a V scroll, I think we definitely need the rounded corner. Even if it's oh, it doesn't look like it's worked though. It hasn't worked. Oh, there's nothing with item list data. What have I done wrong then? That's weird. Draw combo box. Ah, okay. So I think what we need to do here is always set this. C2, you have 16 registers, yep. 32 registers. 512-bit wide benefit, the compiler can keep twice as many variables active in the CPU at once. So it's like, do I have to actually program that though? Or will the compiler compile the code to work like that? Do you know what I mean? Or do I have to sit down and write AVX 512 myself? Or AVX 10.1? Compiler generates it. Interesting. I didn't like that formatting. That would be what I would like. For some reason. I'm sure that used to work. Compiler auto magic. Yeah. Nice one. I don't think there's enough running through the CPU yet. But there will be one day. See if that makes a difference. Okay, so we got square edge. Looks round to me now. Yeah, look. It's really flickery when I'm moving the window. So when we're drawing, we can actually do this when we're actually drawing the... So I don't think I want a rounded edge there either. I either want a rounded edge there and move the whole thing in a bit, or I want a square edge there. Just where the scroll bar comes in like that. I think that looks a bit weird, just having a little bit there. Auto vectorization. AVX 512 instructions. Oh, that's clever, real clever. Okay, so draw V scroll. We've got this thing called V scroll radius, which is in tweaks. So that's all the same call in this one. So that's the background. All right, it's only the background actually that we need to be worried about here. For the scroll bar, this is where we draw the scroll bar. This is all the same call by the looks of it. All this draw rounded quad. So we can just do that. Do that. Do that. Get rid of that. Makes it a little bit simpler. Tells the compiler, trust me, this loop is safe to do vectorize. Yeah, okay. Got plenty, it could give a more moderate performance gain. I like the idea that it just does it. If that works and there are no crashes and stuff. My fear is that you turn it on for a release build and then you get a release build crash. But you're in a release build, so it may be much more difficult to figure out what's going on. We'll definitely try it. I'll put it on the I'll write it on the to-dos actually. So it would be AVX. So what is the setting again? I'm going to say look at this. Look at settings. Enhance instruction. Nice. So now we can look at the context in here, and we could say like we could set the radiuses again the old way. Yeah, okay, yeah. If we do any kind of like, so the way that I can imagine seeing that being really helpful is CPU, updating CPU particle systems and things. If we're doing anything on the CPU. Or possibly building meshes, which we do. If we're doing building meshes every frame for some reason, we do that. I hope. Right, let's check this change hasn't broken the scroll bars. It looks fine. So we have a bug there. I need to fix that. Sometimes, next time that happens, sometimes the item list disappears, this disappears, and I haven't pressed any button or anything. Next time that happens, I'm going to actually stop and examine if it should be open or not. If it thinks it should be open or not. 0 wasted moves. Yeah. Awesome. So, what we have is this little fleck here where the top of the scroll bar's got a rounded edge and it's creating this weird fleck. So I'm just gonna say it's only on the background. No, it's not. It's on the handle. It's this one here. So we're going to say if canvas, if auto context canvas, try get context data, item list canvas context. So we're just going to treat it differently if it's an item list. And then we're going to say we know it implicitly has a V-scroll because we're drawing it. So we just have to say just need to get one of these corners. So which corner would it be? This one? Should we see if we can hot load this? I think I've turned it off. It'd be nice to have it. SSC code. Just doing the work. Is it literally faster as well? Less instructions, but instructions of course take time. Imagine it's faster than going out to RAM. So which one have we actually... So is it coming through here? Yeah. So we're definitely not drawing the rounded rectangle for some thing. It's not the right one though. Let's try. CPU's doing this housekeeping. Yeah, cool. Should we have a go at compiling it and seeing what happens? I have no real way to measure at the moment other than the FPS counter. That's the wrong one. That's done that corner there, I think. No, it hasn't. Oh look, we're doing the wrong. Okay, no, I'm mistaken. It's done that corner there, look. Let's just check it is I think it is this corner. I think this is the top left corner. No, it's the bottom. It's done that corner. This will be easier actually to find the right corner. Actually, I think it might be that corner. I need to label these corners really properly. Yeah, so that is the right corner that we want to do. But we don't want to do it on this white one, we want to do it on the black one. The background, so that's here. So basically, hang on. We want to draw this like this, and then this is like this. Zero. But we're only going to actually do this, I think. Well, we'll see. We might only want to do it when it's like the actual. So this has been shifted off its origin point to keep it on the screen. Like really, if I move this down, the origin point's like should be underneath the resolution box. There we go. We probably would want to do that corner as well. So that is rounded. And we can't see it because the stats are there. But actually, it's this one here, I think. Yeah, I'll swap that setting. And we'll see what happens. See if it can run it. Yeah, look. That's nice. Whoops. So the thing as well is that the anti-aliasing for this isn't that great. Like it works, anti-aliases it, but it doesn't. There's a little border. I mean, you can barely notice it. Okay. So what I might do is I might just inflate it by like -2 for a second and see. Do it there. There. And just see if it looks any nicer with that anti-aliasing. Something weird is going on down there. It kind of looks nicer, I think. And we don't want the tween to be as aggressive. The tween's not actually... When we click it, it's going back down again. Does that happen on normal ones? I don't know if we want that to happen or not. I mean, it does give an indication that we've clicked it. So I think we don't actually... So on these, it goes to the full width of the... Maybe we don't want that. Full width of the black box. With 1 pixel to spare. That's what we want. So we've got this thing called handle bounds. So I might just inflate that by -2 as well. Just see what happens, see if it looks good. Yeah, I'm not sure if I actually do want it to. I think -2 isn't enough. It's like 2 pixels either side. Well, it's 3 because there was 1 anyway. Let's try 4. I think it's because it's becoming focused, you know. So or SB state.state is focused. Swapping the tween round when it goes from hot to focused is going to this default case and it's going back to being small again. See, now it looks a little bit too thin to be obviously a scroll bar, if you know what I mean. Do you think that's obviously a scroll bar when it's like that, when you've not got your... I mean, when you do that, it's obvious it's a scroll bar. Yeah, now I've brought it in. I I don't know if I actually need zeros anymore, which is nice. My eyes there. I don't know if it's blurry. You can see a little black line. I think it's just my eyes being playing up. Okay, so that looks pretty naff. Got two different radius there. Radiuses, radii. Do we have submenu? V-scroll radius. Maybe that. Doesn't look very good for the line, this white line though. If it's thinner, you know. So let's save that. And then this we're just gonna hard code for now to be 4. See how that looks. That's not bad. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. So one of the things I want to do as well, I think, we'll just check. So if I put this at the bottom, and then so this was in display, and then I go to accessibility, and then I go back, and then I click it again, it's still at the bottom. I think we want it to be at the top, really. Or do we want it to be, we kind of want it to be, this to be at the top. Is that a general rule of scroll bars as well? Okay, first we'll do float v-scroll handle radius. Put that in. And then that is the v-scroll tweaks.vscroll handle radius. She's set to 4. We can change it if we want to in the tweakers. Yeah, so if we put this down here, so say we set 1600 by 900. Well, no, say we set this. And we scroll down here, and then we reopened it. The scroll doesn't actually, it probably should scroll, it probably should be at this location. So you don't have to scroll up to see what's see what's selected. Is that going to be difficult to do? So draw combo box. We do have something like a scroll to view or something. Just have to blooming remember where it is. Scroll to bottom. V scroll into view. Okay. So we'll do it once. We'll just say, so this is on the renderer. Rescroll to view, items I. What is items? It's a string view. Yeah. Item list bounds. Items I. This is it, that's it. And if this will work. Oh no, hang on a second. That's the wrong, put it in the wrong place there. It's here. Items, item bounds, item list bounds, items I. Items I. So that's the current item bounds. We only want to do it if it's just opened though. But we'll just see if it works for a second. See if we can actually get it. It might actually. It'll prevent us from scrolling maybe at the moment. Where is it? Resolution. So if you do this. So if you do this, then we move it up there, then we do this again. Didn't work. Ooh, I wonder if it's because it is. Doesn't have V scroll apparently. Apparently. So this last size, the height, 249, 316, so that's not true. The scissor is bigger. Weirdly. It's saying it doesn't have V-scroll, even though there's a scroll box there. Yes, it is the same scissor size. It's just the last size is apparently very small. So the last size was 846. And it's saying it's 249. Different last size. Oh, wrong canvas. Wrong canvas. Is this canvas? The item list. I was doing it on the actual combo box. Okay, so if we put that here, if we do... Oh, now it is working because it's preventing me from scrolling. Okay, so we want to do this when it's just opened. Is just focused, I think. If CB state dot is just focused, do that. See if that works. So now do this, and then we'll go back up there, and if we open it, oh, it tried to. It went down a bit, it just didn't scroll it all the way. Interesting. Not scrolling it exactly all the way. Scrolling it up a bit. Okay, so it's because why is minus 88? It's because it needs to be in local space, I think. Translate convert item list dot item list. What is it? Translate by minus bounds.xy, I think. So bounds, oh, we've got no IntelliSense, that's awesome. It's 384 by 100 and, yeah, okay. So if we put this down here, there we go, it's back. So if we do that, close it, and then if we were to reopen it, so to go to more menus, blah, 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 come back, open it again, it's still at the top. Check the bottom one. Do that. That didn't, oh. Oh, actually, it's because we're not applying it, so let's just apply it. And then we come back. And we do, so we put that up there. No, not quite, it's not quite working. So this is item number 17. $739 is. In Y. Minus 76. What should it be? It should be right at the bottom. Let's try this one. Look, it's scrolling up every single time we do it. Interesting, that's weird. That worked. That's it. Making that little change. It is in global space. Is in local space there. Oh no, it didn't. So if we do this, then we do this, it does go back down to that one. Oh, no, it's always going to the bottom. So let's, where are we? Can we do canvas? This is temporary code. Raw string. The string is going to be helpers format TW string, and it's going to be cb state dot y scroll offset. Position, I'll just say 100, 100 in maths. So I'm just going to draw the Y scroll offset. So it's at 0 now. $260. So it's basically how far this corner goes up the screen. So it should V scroll into view back to about 0. So item 0 bounds is 191, so it's minus 37 at the moment. Seems a bit wrong, hang on a second. Let's also do this. Being 0 here. See what we get. So we've got 156. Can't see it because the blooming thing text is on my box in the way. Oh, okay, we'll do it at 0. It's actually local to the item list canvas. So we'll do it at 0, 0. At 0, 100. So this is actually, so it looks, oh, we have a little pop there from the bug, the other bug. Let's just quickly result item list bounds. Decides not to draw it. So this item list state went back to normal. So what sets it to normal? Here. So what I'm going to do is in some couple of temporary log lines here. Normal. That's the only place I think where it sets it here as well. So this is in the just focused state. And then that sets it here as well. But only if the flag is read only and it's not read only. Then we'll do it here. And this is the just lost focus state. Then we'll be able to, at least next time it happens, we'll get a printout of where that happened. Okay, so it's at minus 6.5. There we go. Just happened in the just lost focus area. So here. So it's saying that item list ID just lost focus. Weirdly. That's weird. There we go. I didn't click anything and it lost focus. How did it lose the focus? I need to copy this ID. So lost focus boxes, where do they get assigned to? Here, in clear focus. So we're going to say if name.id is equal to this. That's temporary as well. So someone's calling clear focus or something's going on like that. Could happen there, or it so lost focus boxes has to contain it there. So it could be here. Empty focus boxes. put a breakpoint there as well. Box dot. How do we know which box it is? It's wrong. Box dot name. Name ID. Yeah, let's get on the top of this. Top of this one, because it was happening yesterday as well. There we go. Something's calling empty for tick. Any mouse button just down. What? Didn't actually press any mouse button there. I don't think. I'm not pressing any mouse button, just moving the mouse. So I'll press a mouse button to move this. That was triggering it before. So we do press it there. That's to actually move the scroll bar though. See, now it's not happening. Getting like phantom mouse clicks. We definitely didn't click the scroll bar before because we would have gotten that breakpoint firing all the time. Okay, I'm going to restart. Hard to reproduce because it barely happens. We just went through a stage of it happening a bunch of times. I don't know. Not happening anymore. Alright, we'll continue. It's going to be hard to continue because of these breakpoints. Alright, ads are starting soon. I'm going to take a break to go make a cup of coffee. Be back in a couple of minutes. All right. So I cannot. Can't get it to reproduce. It's a shame. We also don't have... Oh, there we go. It happened there. So it's saying input window, any button just down. There's a bug in there, somehow. Where it returned true. Okay. This is going to be hard to debug because it's to do with the mouse. Problem is that the mouse sticks on sometimes. Alright, let's see if we can get it to... So it's not responding to... It's not responding to the mouse at the moment, this. It's not selecting. None of it is. Right, what I'm going to have to do is open. And try and get to the state where... Okay, there we go. And we just have to wait. Mouse scroll is not working either with this at the moment for some reason. So essentially this has to return true. So we really want here really. That's just that's just testing. It's like if the mouse went down on this frame. Which is the definition of just down. I believe. It's weird that it's only working, it's only seems to be doing this with the item list for the combo box. not getting it. Navigate away and go back. Yeah, these annoying UI bugs, eh? Thing is, I can't click the mouse button now because it'll trigger the breakpoint. The problem seems to be on the mouse. It's not happening, is it? Alright, let's try again. Let's look at the minimum number of mouse presses. So we need to go 1, 2. I think we just need 2 mouse presses. So we're going to go static int f equals 0, f plus plus if f equals 2. If f is greater than or equal to 2, so it gives us, so it start at 0, then it'll go to 1 when we press it, then it'll go to 2 when we press it again, and it'll be testing for this after that. Oh. No. It's here. One. Oh. Oh, it's when down frame. No, yeah, I can't do that. We'll just have to manually put the breakpoint in. Seems to have, like, it was triggering all the time before, and now it's not triggering at all. It's not it. Might have to just go back to what I was working on before and wait until it starts happening again. Don't think it's gonna happen, is it? Okay, we'll leave all that stuff in. We need to cache this actually. Get rid of that. So when we do this, this is where it's happening. So we can go canvas, edit, item list. Where are we? Do we have the canvas anywhere? Here. We just need the window. Get game canvas. What can we do? Get app. Get game window. We can. Get handle. And that is the input. So we can just, at least we'll have a copy of the input to look at. We might need the app as well, so we'll get the app. Because the app's got stuff in like frame count. So next time we get a breakpoint here, we will at least have stuff to look at. All right. It just went off. Okay, so the app. Where's the frame count? Do we have it here? I thought we had it in the app. Frame counter. Frame rate counter. Don't know if that's the same thing. Frame index. So get app. Frame count is static. So app frame count 670. The input buttons up frame 208. So this is just, we've just had a just down event. All those downs are set to, not set to max. Down frame 670. Oh look, yeah, the non button. What's the non button? It's the non button that's gone off. That's very strange. Oh. So what are we doing? Are we creating one of these for every button type? Well, hang on. Mouse buttons. So it's the non-button type that's gone off, which is not a button. I must have created one because there's a non in the enum somehow. Okay. Oh, we have non-button. How does the non-button even go down? That's what I want to know. Set down. I'm going to say if type is equal to the non-button, I want to see who's setting the non-button to down. Okay, well, we can go on with what we were doing. And that breakpoint should fire when the non-button goes down. Whatever that is. What we were doing. Okay, we're going to have to get rid of that breakpoint as well. Ooh, it happened. The non-button didn't go down. Yeah, we got our little print out there. Okay, so we know now that the non-button is going down. Somehow. So who calls set down? On mouse button down. Just applying the button there. Get unmapped button. So we're just saying get unmapped button left. Standard at 200 lying. So sometimes this is 0. Be the non button. So we're going to say assert type is equal to mouse button on. And then we do need that breakpoint back. Wherever it was. here. So if we just trigger this. Bamberg, top of the morning. How's it going? So the non-button down frame is set to something. $365. It looks like junk, actually. Could be junk. Let's see what's going on here. So who is setting the down frame? Didn't end up getting the control flow. Ah, right, okay. Okay, yeah. Jumped to the wrong instructions. Is that what you're working on today again? Oh, look, it's unioned. This is the problem. Okay. So it can't clear itself. So we basically want to do we want to do this non-button? Do that. I wonder if that will fix it. And a really weird bug with phantom mouse clicks. Got tired yesterday and didn't do much, yeah. Yeah, it's hard. Well, I find it hard to get going again after like Christmas. When you've had... I've had such a break, you know. You have to like put your brain in that space again. Got a question about writing bytes to memory. What pattern do you use for that? I need to write bytes for an arbitrary size. Bytes of arbitrary size to contiguous memory. 1 byte, then 4 bytes. Memset usually. Memset's a good way to do that. Alright, okay. So you want an actual... So a push buffer? Have you heard of a push buffer? So it needs to grow. Yeah. Have you heard of a push buffer? Or you could do an array of bytes. It's like kind of standard vector. Yeah. So I've got a thing called a push buffer. So I'll show you. Doing tick input. So you can go push buffer, and then I can just do buffer dot push pointer size Can you read those tooltips? T and count. Like that. Push buffer also works with structs. Yeah. So you could just push a structure on. Like that. Or if you wanted an array of bytes, if they were all the same byte, you'd have to do something like 17 byte 17 20 times. Or if they were in a block of memory, it would be pointer size like that, pointed to the block, and then the size of the block. Or if they were just in a structure, you could do like this, or F if F was a foo. Input 0, use it another time. Yeah. Push buffer are you generally use for stuff like that, and it works under the hood like a dynamic array, so it just reallocates itself, same as a dynamic array. But the idea is you can push anything on. I use it for my files usually, so find an example. So push buffer DDS, and then I'll do write to memory, passing in the buffer. So the DDS image writer, which is a push buffer type buffer. So this is a push buffer, and then push the headers. So then it just like push that on. So that's like an integer. And then push this structure on. And then push this structure on. And it just pushes them all onto memory, into a buffer, in memory on there. It pushes them all the memory into a buffer. Yeah, so a push buffer would be a good one, yeah. That's like I use it for all my file stuff. Or buffer. Write to memory or Vorbis encoder. Write to memory. So it takes a push buffer, takes the sound and a push buffer, and then it's just like pushing stuff on to the buffer. And then at the end you just have a buffer of the thing, and then you can serialize it or whatever you want to do with it. Offset to the entry point. Yeah, cool, yeah. So you'd create the file header struct, push that onto the push buffer, and then push all your instructions on. And then a nice thing to have, for a push buffer is you can do buffer.align to boundary as well. So you can like push on, say you push on like 9 bytes, and then you want to just leave 7 bytes of padding, so you can start on byte 16 for the next write. You would just say like align to boundary 16, so then it would like skip, which can be handy for speed and things. So that's a nice to have for a push buffer. Okay, so offset in Yeah. Then you just write all the instructions. So one of the script files, I can have multiple entry points. As NPCs or objects can have an entry point in the script file attached to it. So when you interact it looks in the file to know what code to run. Yeah. Yeah, so the way to do that is, so if you do push, it returns size T. So if you push like yo. So that's the size T index. So that would be like, the index would be like the just before the yo. So then you could store all the indexes, you know, in some table in the file or whatever you want to do. Do you know what I mean? And then that gives you your entry point for your instructions, would be the index. So this would be like an instruction stream. And then that would be the start of the stream. Yeah. So what I tend to do is have two. So I'll have like, so if you're doing it this way, this would be like the stream buffer. So you get all your indices, and then you would have a push buffer, like index table, and then you'd push all the index stuff into there, and then you'd finally have the push buffer, which was like the final buffer, and then you would do final buffer dot push the index table on, and then push the stream buffer on, and then you would do something like file write binary final buffer, like that, and a file name. So it would have the index table first and then the stream buffer afterwards. And the index table just holds all the indices into the stream buffer. I think I need to push 0 onto the header at the start and then link after. I need to encode the amount of bytes the VM needs to increase the program counter for. Don't know how far that is. Yeah, so you can push a whole. So you could say size T whole, right? Stream buffer dot push size, and then you can say size of U64 or whatever, and that's where the whole is. And then you can do all your stuff, and then at the end you can do all your stuff, and then you can do stream buffer get whole, like that, and that gives you a whole backing, and then you can just do like, so that would be actually a U64. How does this work? Like that, and then you can just do like pointer equals size buffer. Good morning, Fu Manchu. No problem, Fanbjerg. Yeah, 32, yeah. But you can push just basically some size on and get the index out, and then I just do like, I have these wrappers which you just get, and then it's actually a reference to that location in the buffer, and then you can just write the size into it. Yeah. You alright, Fu Manchu? All good, nice one. Size of view 32 times function count. Yeah, so if you wanted to push a hull for like an index for every function, you wanted to make space for that. Yeah. But you can mess around with it a lot, yeah. Yeah, cool, yeah. One thing at a time, yeah. Start simple, build it up to something more complicated. Let's see if that has fixed my bug. So the input, what I want is the button, non-button. Okay, that's worked fine. That's great. That is great. So hopefully that fixes that bug. That was a weird bug that has always been there. Phantom mouse clicks. To find this temporary stuff now. Oh, that standard any is very temporary. Okay. Okay, so now we can get back to this. So this is actually local to the top of .5. I'm presuming that 6.5 pixels is the distance between 1280 by 720 and the top of the item list. I assume. Like we can just int these. Okay. So that's minus 31. It says it's minus 31. So it might be from the top of here. Yeah, it is. So it's the distance to the top of here. So that's actually not right. It needs to be the distance to the top of this pale blue box. So draw label, what does that return? A rect. And is the rect is the label bounds. So yeah, that's what we want. So what we want to do is we want to draw the label. That's the label bounds. We want to do that. See if that works. So if you do this, there we go, it's at the bottom. If you go to the top, and we go down and go back on, it's back at the top again. Brilliant. That's exactly what I want. Maybe. No, it's not working. Damn. 15 stream. Nice one, Fu Manchu. When are you going to start? Are you going to start streaming your game soon? Are you going to be streaming like 3 to 5 p.m. British time? Because then I'll be able to watch it in the evening as well. But yeah, I know you've got kids, so you might not do it in the evening. Do I have a fixed schedule? Okay, yeah, cool. I'll try and, if I'm not streaming myself, I'll try and catch you. Is it just putting the top in? So we do this one. It's very confusing. I wonder if it's some kind of, because it's getting padded. Wife's also in the office. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, difficult, innit? I share my office with my dad as well. But he just kind of like puts his headphones on. I have like a green screen in between me and him, which does help. A loud Mediterranean. Yeah. I am not. I'm a reserved Northern Englishman. Loud tends to come across well with streaming though, I think. People like it. So it does always kind of find it. It's not exactly working, which is really annoying. Yeah, why is 9.5? Ah, right. So it is just finding the top because there's no height. Okay. Yeah, do it, Fu Manchu. Do it. If you're still on, so I finished streaming today at 3. Pick my kid up from school. And then I'll be back online at about 4. So if you're still on by 4, I'll tune in. You can show me your stuff. That'll be awesome. Yeah, so label bounds. It's not the label bounds it's returning. Or the correct label bounds. So I wonder if that is... Okay. It doesn't... Maybe it doesn't know... So why is it returning 0 there? Let's try that again. See you later, Fu Manchu. See you later. Have a good stream, man. That's weird. So maybe... So it does have a size now. Oh, it's because... Maybe it's because the scroll bar gets in the way. Maybe. Maybe that's what it is. So it's just giving us the Y and no height. Okay. Let's see what's happening here for 0 height. Get next label bounds. It's probably because there's no oh, no, there is a size. 47 it should be. It's because it's clipping it. It's clipping it because it's off the screen. That's okay. Because it's... we do have... Where is it? We do have them here. We do have them in this item list bounds thing. So... make sure there's a height. So that's label bounds. Label bounds height is equal to item list bounds items. Okay. That should do it. That should do it. Blasting through these bugs, kind of. Not necessarily a bug, this was just never implemented. So if I do that and then I move up to the top and I do that, we're back. Move up to the top, do that, we're back. That, move up to the top, we're back. Check this one as well. Move down. Awesome. Move down. Great, I'm happy. I'm convinced that it's working. So, is that all the functionality of the combo box finished? And now we just have to do look and feel stuff. We've done a little bit of look and feel. Like we've given them... Oh yeah, we do want one thing where if it's off the entrance, if it's up in no man's land up here, so this should be actually, because it's bound to the bottom of here, of the resolution, but because it goes off the screen, the standard thing that it would do is push it up to the top of the screen, and then if it's still too big, like if I do this, it gives it a scroll bar. If it has a scroll bar, it rounds the edges. If it doesn't have a scroll bar, it squares the edges, and I think I still want rounded edges. So we'll do that. We'll do that. So we need to know if it's been pushed to the top of the screen. I need to find out where that is, where it's doing that. Like now it's being pushed up from the resolution button up to the top. $156. As if it's negative. As if the Y is negative. Maybe. No, because that's a lot more than 156 pixels. So now it's, I think it must be from the top of this canvas maybe. So now it's 35. So what I need to know is, is it in generate item list bounds? I wonder if it's this. Is this bit of code here? No, it's not. Hang on, we need to know which one we're in generating the item list for first, though. Let's have a look at title. Title is not there. What's it called? Items. It's not that one. This one. So if it goes into here, I think this is the bit of code that does it, yeah. Okay, so this is the bit of code that determines if it needs to get shifted up. What I need to do is put something into the context, or maybe into the item. We need to know, because this isn't the code that is drawn in. This is just the code that gets the bounds. So it'd be item list bounds. Okay. So what we might do is we might do vec2 offset, which is the fitted offset. Result.offset is the fitted offset. And that's only set. Ooh. This key is running out of memory, you know. This computer. I think the CPUs just can't get memory fast enough. Or something. I don't know what's going on. So now if the offset is not 0, or the length of it, we know it's being pushed. Ooh, so we have a compile. Woot Dragon. Mem Reduct. What's that? Let's have a look. All right, okay. Is it a tool that I use? Okay, there's some ads starting. So I'm going to go make a cup of coffee while this happens. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Yeah, it's a tool. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
things we plan to do today.
Memory duct. Avoidmemoryduct.org. Yeah, cool. Thanks, Root Dragon. Get it from there, yeah. That's what I've got, yeah. Henry PP. I won't install it yet. I'll put it down here and then I'll be able to remember to go back to it. Thanks very much. Okay. So now we are putting in item list bounds has in it under releases. Yeah, thank you. Has the offset, which is how far away it is from the button itself. So like, oh, we've got a stack problem now. What have I done? What have I done? I thought I rebuilt it. Stack failure. It's a corrupted stack. It's got to be. All I've done is put in that result offset thing. Okay, let's just undo all those changes. There's only 3 of them, I think. Whoops. See if we still get this stack problem. That's not a nice error to find, is it? Might just need another like a full rebuild. Okay, now we're fine. Let's just go and delete excuse me, let's just go and delete whatever it was. Where was it that we were deleting? The little comment thing. The little label. This label. Okay, we're fine. So now, in the item list stuff, generate item list bounds. This was what's probably causing it, and it's probably just not built. Hopefully we're away from all of the, you know, UI functionality stuff now, because that stuff's tricky. Oh, that's caused... So just putting that in there has caused this corruption to happen. Okay, what I'm going to do is clean and just do a full build. See how long that takes. Right. Bamberg. Control flow works. Well done. The if statement. Yeah, nice one. Did you do a push buffer? Is that how it... Did you implement that? Right, let's see if we still get this stack corruption. That was a full rebuild of literally everything. No, we don't anymore. That's good. So what I want to do now is put this offset in, and if it has an offset, it means it's offsetted off the bottom of the button, and it means we can put around these corners. Use temporary push buffer. Cool. The most basic feat. Yeah, cool. Not fully. Yeah, that's it. Just write what you use. That's what I do as well. The code base will get big on its own. You don't need to write stuff that you don't use. It will end up getting big anyway. With all the stuff that you do use. Okay. Result to offset is equal to the fitted offset. And then when we're actually drawing it, now we can put in, so we have in the context, we'll just put in or is offsetted. Don't know how to spell offsetted. We'll check that. Offstead. No, that's not right. It's offsetted even a word. Incorrect form. So what is the actual word? Has offset. Has offset. It emits the jump if instruction, encodes the jump distance of 0, but keeps track where the memory of distance was written, then compiles the if block, and then it knows where the next instruction after the block is. Yeah, nice one. That's awesome. So .has offset is just the item list bounds offset length squared is not equal to 0. Right. So this isn't. So if we go to draw background. Else, if item list data has offset, just that as well. So the square. Go to display and we do this. It's round. That's awesome. Okay, good. Okay, so the next thing I want to work on is I want to fade it in, essentially. I want to fade it down quickly. So I want to do this, rather than it just to pop down, I want it to just go like fade down. So we'll work on that now. So we're going to go struct game menu back, item list background state. The ID. I think that's all we need. We need the tween F2. And we need the operator. So what do we want to compare it? We want one per canvas. There's only one background. So we may as well just actually hold the name, you know. Name. Name. All right. And then we want static inline array of these. Menu got background like that. I don't want that. It's not case sensitive. Background like that. Menu item list background states. So we're going to go game menu list background state get game menu item list background state const game UI canvas. All right. What's a problem? Begin is not a member of Game UI Canvas. It is not. Where are we trying to go? Where are we trying to use begin? Here. Aha, it's get name. Yeah, I wonder if we should actually make it take the canvas. That would probably be better. No, it's fine, whatever, it doesn't matter. Right, so now when we draw the background, if it's an item list, we've got the bounds here. We can go auto state canvas get menu what do we call it now? Oh, it's the renderer. Get menu background state for this canvas. And we need to set the tween really as well. So this tween needs to get set. We'll say 0 to 8. And tweak that. So we'll just do state.tween.tick dt a rate of 0.1. And then we want to go translate state.tween get value of value and ease out cubic. Oops. So this is actually a y value, so minus, because we want it to go, no, it is plus. We want it to go down the screen. 0 y. And then obviously when we close the actual when we close it, close the item list, we need to reset the tween. That's really fast. Let's just do it over a second. And I think what it actually, the tween actually has to do is go from -8 to 0. You can see it moving on the bottom, which is perfect. And then we want a color to be state.tween T. Maybe T. T would be linear. We might need to ease that as well. So BMEs T with the ease function out cubic. Okay, and when it closes, when it's closed, so the state needs to open the frame in it. And we want to go if state.frame +1 equal to the frame count. Else state.tween t equals 0. Then we want to go state.frame equals frame count. That should reset it, hopefully. Yeah. Okay, so that's just on the background. What we need is we need to set some more things on the state now. We need to set like... No, we don't. We can just use the state now. So on the draw label, again, if the canvas is background alpha, yeah. So y is state.tween value ease out cubic t equals bmes state.tween t ease out cubic again. That's dot translate, not y. That's y. And then this is with alpha t. These are all dot with alpha t. Awesome. What's the problem? These are consts. That's annoying. With alpha should be const though. Actually, this is actually incorrect. Auto y equals 0. Auto t equals 0 or 1 even. if canvas get context is an item list, we do that. We only do it if it's an item list. So this should mean that all of the labels, so the text and the box and everything, should drop down as well. This is implemented correctly. And fade in. Yeah, there we go. It's obviously doing it too slow. So now we can make a rate, which was 0.1 for the other stuff. That might be too fast. We'll see how it looks. Quite nice. It's maybe a bit fast. Don't know really. You want it to feel snappy. You don't want it to be too slow. Like that feels snappy. That feels a bit slow. Maybe it's the ease function that's wrong. What's the menu transition you're using? Game UI. Ease out cubic as well. Maybe it's just too slow. Let's try 1.5. Or it maybe needs to tween from a... It maybe actually just needs to tween from higher up. Yeah, that's maybe it. I think that's still too slow. Let's try tweening it up from higher up. And we'll go from -16. Yeah, that's much better. So the scroll bar needs to do it as well. Okay, I'm going to scroll bar do it. Robbie scroll. So it's the same basic thing. Y is 0. T is 1. If look at the canvas. Canvas. The context is the item list. Then y equals, well, we'll do auto list state equals get new for the canvas, and y is the list state mean value, ease out cubic, and t equals BMEs this state between t ease out cubic. So now we have a t. So this would be translate not y. Translate not y. This is with alpha t. Okay. So let's look at the scroll bar coming in. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think we'll do a transition going out, because that'll get mixed up with the other transition coming in. So we could make it go back up again if we do that. But I think it's just nicer to have it immediately disappear. Nice. Okay, so another thing that I want to do is, if we move away from this, it settles back, but as you can see, the combo box item list doesn't settle back. So I need to make sure that if there's an item list down, then we don't settle back. So we basically need to like lock the canvas, the parent canvas. So draw combo box. This canvas needs to get locked. Okay, we can do that. Do we want to do it in the canvas or in the... It's probably in the canvas. Do we have any context aware stuff in the game? Game UI canvas. So we can do struct submenu canvas context bool is locked. Is position locked. Just position locked. Like this. And then in the game UI, when we create this submenu canvas somewhere here on initialize, we're going to go submenu canvas, set context, set context type. Should be called probably set context data really. submenu canvas context. Hit this. Yeah, I'm going to change this to set context data. This is canvas context data. Context data. Context data. Data. Let's change a lot of stuff. Build that. So now when we make it, we can just set the context data. So it has some data that we couldn't lock. We can basically lock it now. So in the renderer, we're actually drawing the combo box. This canvas, we can say if auto canvas data equals canvas, try get context data for submenu canvas context. We're going to successfully get that. Then we can just say canvas data. Position locked is true. Maybe we don't want to do that here. I don't know where does this draw combo box come from? Let's have a look. Game UI canvas. So we can do it here. We can go are we in a canvas here? We're in a canvas here, so this is just say try get context data. Bool is locked is false. Is locked is true. Set it to being locked. So basically, if we're drawing the combo box, we're actually locking the canvas, which means we don't want to do any transforms of the canvas position. So now the canvas will settle back. But if this happens, we should be locked, which means we shouldn't allow it to settle back. But we should, in theory, be locked now. Yeah. Okay. So that means in game menus, submenu on tick. So where does this transform come from? Transform tween, which is in she's in the submenu. So what we want to do is we want to go just apply transform post process. And then we want to say if auto data equals canvas, if I get context data for submenus, if data if not data position locked, so we've already ticked it here, but don't want to tick it yet. So I think we have to do this here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to say if transform pp transform is the transform. If it is locked, then the transform tween reset. I think, and then this is standard move, or just is the no, this is standard move. We need these as well. And this just draws it no matter what. So if the position is not locked, then we do all that work. Else we reset the transform tween. So it goes back. If we do this and then we go away, it still goes back. So it didn't work. This position is not locked. Submenu canvas. So what canvas are we actually locking? Oh, I reckon we are locking the item list canvas. So where are we here? What canvas are we in? Submenu canvas. Weird. So his locked is true. Position locked is true. This is 5870 submenu canvas. We've already drawn it actually. We've already drawn the background. Well, no. We've drawn it for one frame. So it's constantly coming in as locked, right? So then when we go to game menus, and the submenu on tick, position locked is false. Is it the same canvas? I think it's the same canvas. Five, 5870. Is the same canvas. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break when this goes to false. Right here for some reason. What? Oh, no, that's just it assigning it initially. Position locked is true. Oh, is it under redo? Canvas. Position locked is false. So it comes along, it locks it. Then it comes along again. Oh. It's because the next one's not locked. Right. So I think we need to do it a different way then. So if it's just focus, we can do it here. How do we unlock it? That is the question. We unlock it when it's not focused anymore. Which is actually, this is unfortunate. So it's the combo, so the CB state. So maybe we need to know who locked us. Just lost focus. Is CB state just lost focused? False. Try that. We'll try that. Problem is that could, a combo box could come in lock it, and then another combo box would come in later in the frame that's just lost its focus and unlock it. Maybe we need to actually say who locked it. Let's have a look. So CB state, does it have any kind of ID? It does. So we could say who locked it. Rather than position locked, we could have the name. Locked widget. Widget. What is this? This is the widget that locked. It's not the locked widget, it's the widget that locks the canvas. Locking widget. So we'll say a locking widget, CB state ID, button state ID. I'm going to say canvas data. We'll get the canvas data. I'm going to say if canvas data and canvas data locking widget is equal to CB state button state.id. Locking widget dot, or just equals just a blank one. I'm actually if on them as well. Yeah. So I think we want to go CB state dot item list state is equal to normal. I'm going to do it if the item list state is equal to normal. If not, locking widget. If there's not a locking widget, then we can do it. Okay, I think it's worked, but it's done it the wrong way around. What does reset do? Can we just say transform? I don't think reset is necessarily the right call for this. Maybe it is. Transform should be about the identity matrix. Transform, yeah, I think that is correct. Maybe. Into functions in my language are not a part of any class. I am not sure. I like the idea of having to forward declare in this simple scripting language. So I might do the parsing in 2 passes. Okay, yeah. That's nicer for the programmer as well. If they don't have to forward declare stuff. So it looks like, so what is this value? T is actually at 1. Okay. I think what we need to do, actually, rather than reset it, what do we really want to do? It always wants to be going into out. Yeah, I mean, that's the way I would always, if I was designing a programming language, forward declarations. A bit old school these days, isn't it? Like, not helpful these days. Just code anywhere is better. Just add the complexity, yeah, that's it. It's more difficult to write a compiler with code anywhere, but it's much easier, I think, to learn without having to do forward declaration. Also disallow stuff like if condition with no semicolon, with a semicolon. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. So it cannot be an empty statement. Yeah. If con return is fine. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, definitely. So actually, we need to not do a reset. need to go transform between how do we set the direction? So we could do a reset. What we just have to set the direction actually. I know, because you have to pass is hot. Don't need to do any of this stuff. Alright. Don't run as expected. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm not sure if there's any real use for it. I can't think of a use for doing that off the top of my head. Just doing if and then a semicolon. Okay, so let's just go back. All we need to do is set this to be true. So auto force hot is false, and this is force hot all that, and then we're going to go if auto data equals canvas, try to get sub menu canvas context force hot equals to data locking widget ID is not equal to 0. So if there's a locking widget, force hot. Is simpler parsing, yeah. Which return the no op. The if bit, yeah. It would execute the actual thing in the brackets, wouldn't it? But the if just wouldn't do anything. It's equivalent to just not having it there. Awesome. So now it just sticks there. Oh, and then we get a crash. What happened there? Some kind of optional problem. Cursor P is null opt. Ooh. Oh, there's a bracketing thing. So it's actually all that. Remove the if and the brackets. Yeah, exactly. So is that legal in C++? You can do that. I presume you probably can, yeah. Like you say, it probably is a mistake that people make. Alright, so that doesn't move, which is nice. If you do that, it's allowed to go back. So it's looking smooth, man. Brill. So like, if true, Picked it up as a warning, which is interesting. So it kind of knows. All right. So I think it's looking quite good, this combo box now. Now we need good material. Well, we're not going to do material yet. We'll do material last. The next thing I want to do is I want to be able to transition rather than go small and snap to medium. I want the actual blue rectangle to actually move very fast. So we'll do that. First we'll have a cup of tea. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'll run an ad because I'm not doing anything, and then it means we won't get an ad for over an hour. So I'll run an ad as well. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okie dokie. Fresh cup of coffee. So what I want to do is actually tween the hot button from place to place. As long as it's not too confusing. If it's very fast, it should be fine. Okay, so that would be Game UI renderer again. Draw combo box. So this is the idea. We've got a draw label, which is going to decide the background color. We might have to manually draw this in. Calls draw label. Which draws the rounded quad. What would be the easiest way to do this? we do have some state that we can use. Like we could say in here whether it is hot or not. So we could store like the Y of the previous hot one, and we know this Y, and we could just lerp to it. So we need a different type of tween, a tween that we can just keep setting the target. Basically. So it would be tween F. Tween F. Hot button tween, a hot label tween. Like that. And if it is hot, do we have the state anywhere? How do we get the state? It's the background state. Yeah, we can put it in the background state. Yeah. So auto list state on the background state is equal to I am this background state for this canvas, and then we just want to go background state set target. Target is items No. This actually happens here. Label bounds. Label bounds dot y. Like that. And then when we draw the label, we have to go state hot label tween. We don't know if we're hot though. We need to know. Yeah, we don't know if it's hot. That's the problem. Once we're getting to draw labels don't care if they're hot or not. We could literally put it in here. We could say like state, get the background state, and then we could say background state is hot. Is hot is false. We could do that. Let's try that. Label is hot. And then when we draw the label, we can say y plus equals state hot label tween value we do need to tick the hot label tween all the time. So I think we do this. Label is hot. And then we'll just do background state hot label tween dot tick dt is out cubic. So, draw label now. Got to do y minus equals label bounds dot y. And then we'll take it over with the tween value. I'm not convinced this is going to work at all. So it's an item list. Are we doing it on the wrong? Are we doing it on the background? Okay, no, this is, I'm doing it on the wrong canvas, I think. It needs to be on the item list. See what happens. Oh, it works. That's amazing. Looks terrible, but it works. We only want to do it actually for the back colour, not the fore colour. So we're going to go auto hot item Y. And then this is plus hot item Y. Cool. So, we just need to tick it a lot faster. So I think we just have to divide it by like 0.1 or something. Or times by 10. Ooh, it feels a bit naff though. Feels a bit rough. It's times by 20. It needs immediate response. I don't know if ease out cubic is good for that in this situation. So we'll look at these. I think it's the right one. Doesn't feel very good. It just feels like it's laggy. That's what it feels like. But I'm gonna keep it in because we might be able to use it for an effect. I'm gonna experiment now with the front end stuff. Oh yeah, nice one. Yeah, I'm experimenting with these combo boxes. A banana. I'm going to keep it there. All I have to do is just put FLT Max in there, I think. And it will just make sure that it's always there. Yeah. Yeah, oh well. Sometimes they don't pan out. We might be able to use it for a lighting effect when we actually do materials. As long as it doesn't feel laggy. It definitely feels good popping in like that, like coming down. Let's just check. Let's go extra small font. Yeah, cool. There's some kind of flickering going on. Something's happening when it's closing. That is that is a reset thing. Okay, I have to sort that out. The reset has to happen. So what's happening is we're manually resetting the canvas state when we close, because all these buttons, call them quick buttons in the engine. A normal button, you press down and then once I release the mouse key, it would execute the action. So it gives me a chance to drag it off to cancel. But these are called quick buttons, that doesn't happen. And then a release. That means that the UI's got to be manually reset, because usually the reset happens when, well, it's complicated. So when I do that, it's resetting it. And when you reset it, it loses the X location of here, and it has to work it out again, so you get a momentary flicker. I assume that's what's going on. Syntax highlighting. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you need the AST. I think it's the AST, the syntax tree. And then you can just color the types. I think that's what it is. Yeah, you have the AST, so you know what kind of thing it is, and you can color it that way as you're drawing the screen. I assume it is. That's what it is. So you know that, like, yeah, this is an assignment, and you know you have a colours for assignment or whatever. If you wanted to do a different colour for assignment, this is a variable. This is a variable. I assume that's what it is. Yeah, if you have that, then you're halfway there. You need like a logical structure of the actual text file. So you'd be like, every text file's got an X and a Y coordinate for where anything is. If it's hopefully if it's monospace, it's really easy. So you'll have like what type of thing this is in your AST, and then you'll have a begin and an end XY coordinate, and then that when you get to it, you just swap to drawing orange, and then when you get to the end, you swap back to drawing white. Yeah, the entire UI from yeah, definitely. But any API in a library would probably require you to give it the syntax tree, probably. Yeah. Or it would like scan it for you, and there'd be a callback that would be like, what is this? What is this? What is this? I think that's the way that it works in Visual Studio. It's been years since I've written any kind of syntax highlighting, but I think in Visual Studio it's like a callback, like a visitor pattern. Or it used to be. They were talking like Visual Studio 2005 last time I did this stuff. Yeah, cool, yeah. Even if you had like the UI, so if the UI library you were using just allows you to swap color, so it's like you're pushing text on to be rendered, and then you can swap color and then swap back again or whatever. As it's preparing the buffer, to render. Yeah, that's it, yeah. I am very sure that something like IamGUI can do that. But you're in C#, are you? Maybe there's bindings for C#. My brain is like, is this lagging? I can't tell. It's just my brain. Like, it's probably not. I mean, it's because it's still using a tween. But the tween should immediately reach the end. We're doing FLT max. So we're going to go Constexper. Auto, no lag. But yeah, we'll keep it in because we can imagine like a lighting effect following behind or something when we get to do the material. So the actual thing that you're hot over will be instant, but then the lighting effect could lag behind. Maybe. Or we just won't use it. I wonder, you know, if it would look better if we don't actually tween the background, just the text. So for instance, we just don't do that. I wonder how that will look. Now we will. Okay, so the next thing to do is material. We need a background material. Trying to decide what I kind of even want it to look like. Let's have a look at some combo boxes. Death Stranding UI combo box. It likely doesn't have them because it's controller based mostly, isn't it? This UI is mad. I love how it's like they've deliberately like made name too big for the background and stuff. Cool. Yeah, I'm not sure about Well, we'll just get something set up anyway, and we'll have an experiment. So what does it look like? You just do like 0.5. So we just have a slight, so it's transparent a bit. I mean, it's probably going to have to be a little bit transparent to look good. Not as transparent as that. It definitely, I think it needs to blur what's behind it. Really. I think that would look good. Would that require? That would require us to have already drawn the submenu behind. Let's see what is the draw order of these things. Yeah, the item list comes after. So what we can do is we can take a copy of this, wherever it is, probably a copy of this. So we'll have to copy the back buffer and then blur it. Copy part of the back buffer and then blur it. Okay, so let's just get a material set up. So give me my canvas. Want draw menu item list. So the bounds is going to be needed by the material. Ooh. No, it's the other. It's the world space bounds that are going to need by the material. So, okay. So let's go to struct game menu item list background material. Bit of a mouthful. S32Z. So I'm just going to put this down here for a second. So this calls draw rounded quad. So I think what I'm going to do is just copy this, put it in there. Quad being bounds this time. And the material needs. There's no seg count. Hang on a second. So it needs. It's not that draw. That was a wrong draw rounded quad. It was this one, I believe. Okay, so we need the radiuses. So we need the quad. So we need the bounds. So we need standard array plot for radiuses. And then we need color. Okay, so this is the material. Radiuses, is that even a word? Radiuses with one S. And then material color. Like this for now. And then this is going to have a constructor. And then we can get the radiuses and the color from tweakers. So I'm going to go auto tweaks. Get tweaks, submenu tweaks, game, what's it called? Tweakers, game submenu tweaks. And this, what we want in here now is color, item list back color. Yeah, I think we just need we need just a radius. Background radius. Which was set to 8, I think. What was it set to? Wherever we are. Yeah, 8. Okay. Item list radius. We have some columns there, and there, and there. Okay, that's tweakers done. So here we want radiuses. So we need, okay. We need to know some information to get the radiuses. I think we only need the canvas. So I'll actually pass in the game UI canvas. Oops. Right. We need this. So auto radius tweaks that radius there. Whenever we see 8, it's just radius. So we don't even need that. And then the color is equal to just a tweaks item list background color. Okay. Okay, so this cannot be const, unfortunately. You know, we could pass the item list canvas context. That might be the better way to do this. Whoops. Why is it not copy? Come on. This is just context. And this is just else. I would declare that. Do we? Oops. Okay, cool. So that sets up the material now. So let's just draw using this material. So we don't need item list data anymore. So we could do this as well in the so this could also happen in the material. So this is in the renderer. So we need Game UI renderer. Let's render a dot. We need the canvas. Okay, so let's go back to using the just Game UI canvas. That makes just life a lot easier. Item list canvas context. Go back to just doing this. And then canvas get renderer. Get game. Where is it, man? It is a member of the renderer. IUI renderer. Get raw. Okay. So that actually ticks the tween as well. Yeah. Okay, so we don't need to do this anymore. So what we do need to do is store the Y value in the material, probably. And the T value. Between .t is our cubic. Okay. So none of this needs to happen. We need to do canvas draw item list background. Draw menu item list, was it? So this should really be draw menu item list background. Bounds. Canvas. C order. Get the easy layer background. Okay, and we need to translate in the ease. So this is bounds.translate not material.y, and then this is color. How do I scale the alpha? So the alpha is the material color alpha times the material T, and that is color.width alpha alpha. Alpha. And then that's it. So it's just like this. So if the context is an item list, we draw it. Else we just draw a normal background. So if this works, it should look exactly the same. But it does give us a path into the back end of the renderer for doing cool visual effects now. Right, there we go. And we are hooked up with tweakers, which means we can change the colour of the background in the submenu. So item is back colour. Okay, so we're going to set it to 0.5 for now. So what we're going to do is, although we can read the text underneath, it means we will blur everything that's underneath. So it'll be fine. And we can do the radius, the back radius as well, so we can look down here, put that back to what it was. I mean, 8 is the right value, I think. Cool. So what we want to do to begin with is just hijack. No, we don't. We need to set a material basically. So we need to go auto material index. How do we do this? Is VM get renderer add the material instance standard move material. That's the material index. We pass that directly in. And then we need to actually have the material. So this is going to be menu item list background. So now we can move to the back end of the renderer and basically make a shader for this. So it was a rounded quad, really. Draw rounded quad. Radius is batch, I believe. This is what we want to actually copy. Bamberg. I found a custom control for WinForms. I can set the colour at any position at any length. Brilliant. Yeah, that's awesome. Awesome. Exactly what you need, innit? So, draw menu item list background. Batch. And this is going to be the rounded quad for now. Just this bunch of code. And then in draw batch, you can just do it. Draw menu. Item is background batch plist. Mesh batch. Right. So let's just see if that works. If this works, it will look exactly the same. We're going through this function instead now. Cool. And now we can actually make a shader. One of those better than nothing until I find something better. Yeah. Performances WinForms is garbage. Yeah. I have done some WinForms stuff a long time ago. I can't remember how it performed. But yeah, I'll trust you for sure. Okay, so rounded radiuses. Is that in Game UI? Pipeline. It's in shapes. In game, we're gonna go to shapes. We can copy this. And the root sig. And the draw calls. And instead of rounded radiuses, VS main, menu item list background. And then instead of this, menu item list BG. Alright, so let's now make PSO for this. So this is menu item list background. Game UI. Vertex shader is that. Pixel shader is that. And then in the canvas, I'm going to bind this PSO instead. So if this works, again, I see exactly the same, except we're using a custom shader now. We can mess with. Yeah, one thing I did want to check. Okay, so the mouse scroll doesn't work. Does it work for this one? It does work for that one. It doesn't work for this one. I'm going to put a note. I'm not going to do it just yet. Mouse scroll doesn't work in menu item lists. Okay. So now we're using a custom shader. We can do stuff. We'll see there as well. Yeah, no, that's fine. So what we need is we need a texture here, which is the blurred, background behind. What's behind it blurred? So we'll go for that. So we need to know exactly where on the screen. Well, first off, let's pix it and check that we are drawing to the whole screen. Yeah. So the actual render target is the screen. Great, that's easy then. So we just need this box in the material. So I assume bounds it's just bounds. No. Bounds is relative to item draw list. So it needs to be relative to the game canvas. So we're going to do this, put it in here. We'll do rect. Something I don't know what really to call it. We'll do vec2. We'll do offset as well. So that means we need to pass it in. We need to work out the offset. The offset is this canvas's position, I think. So offset canvas get bounds get let's not get client bounds, it's get bounds. Bounds? Yeah, .xy. But I only need to use, so my only problem now is my AST is created in my C++ DLL. But I need to use it in C#. Ah, okay. You could write, yeah, you could do it via a file, or you could write a managed C++ interface. So there's such a thing called managed C++, and that can communicate with C# and with native C++. So you can have that as a little class in between. But I need to use it in C#, yeah. I have that for simpler data types, but I'm not sure I want to do it on all the tokens. Oh, I see. Yeah, if they're really complicated. Yeah. File is easier. Yeah, cool, yeah. Yeah, like we were saying before, you could start off with the file, and if you want to, or if it ends up being too slow or whatever, you can try the different way. So we have the bounds and we have the offset. That allows us to make a rectangle on the screen to copy from. Good SSD. Yeah, cool, yeah. Awesome. Oh, why is it not putting in the... There we go. Slow hard drive. Yeah, especially if you could just clamp the AST nodes to where they are on the screen as well, and then you would only need to save a subset, because you only need to colour what's being drawn that frame. Depends how the library works, actually. Okay. So all I'm going to do right now is get game canvas, draw quad outline, bounds translate, offset. No need to send it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Let's see if we can just draw. Well, see if the bounds is correct. Doesn't appear to be. drawing anything. Depends if can we draw with the game canvas right here? I'm not sure. I think the game canvas is already finished drawing here. Okay, well we have to assume it's correct. Yeah. Come to data types in particular, and some instructions I forgot to. Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I mean, the main game canvas has finished drawing because we're about to copy the result. Okay, so we have it. So, how do we get it? How do we get the main target? The main target, I think, is the main target in this canvas, I think, because that's what we're drawing to. So if we go to draw context, target main. Oh, target main is null. It's not good. Because it doesn't have post-processing. So there is no target main. So what are we actually drawing to? Regard and the decompiler, but we got stackard. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, nice one, Fanbjerg, nice one. So where are we drawing? DX window begin draw. On the swap chain. So I think we need to figure out how we copy part of a window. We do this in refraction stuff. Reflection. Reflection batch. It's actually refraction. Yeah, nice one. Perfect. Yeah, cool. So, refraction, copy from. Refraction source. Draw context, get target main. Right. We need target main. Which I think is okay. Target main, I think, is null. We need to get who we are rendering. So draw contact, who we are rendering to. Viewport 45. So we only store the pointer. Okay. Begin draw for the window. Get current back buffer. Index. Queue transition. Flush barriers. Set the descriptor heap. Push render target. So RTV handles. Back buffer targets. This is what we want. It's in the window. There we go. Back buffer targets. So we need to copy out of the back buffer targets. We need to be able to get the back buffer targets. We need to get the right back buffer target. So draw. Where is it where we decide? Oh wait, where we decide? I think it's here, where we decide what target main is. So it'd be here. So do we have the window? How do we get the window? We're in the window. So can we set target main to be the current back buffer target? Which I don't know what it is. It's one this back buffer targets of some frame. The frame swap chain. Can we do this? Does this break everything? Ah. Give me some IntelliSense. Thoughts. Get. It's not a render target. Right, well, I think what we'll have to do is actually set the current back buffer in the draw context. So the back buffer target is this, the ID3D12 resource. Back buffer target. So this just happens anyway. Do we have the frame? Are we using that anywhere? No. Raw context. Set current back buffer target. Get current back buffer target. Void set current back buffer target. Depends if we can copy from this. We'll have to see. Pretty sure we can. Maybe. Get. What's the problem here? ID3D12 resource. DX12 resource. Ah. So this is actually an ID3D12. No. DX12 resource. What is this? ID3D12 resource. It's a different type of resource. Okay. This again is ID3D12 resource. Okay, so let's just compile that and run it and check that it works. Check that it doesn't crash even. So we're fine. And then in the draw resource, so now, if we look at the draw context, we'll have current back buffer. So, before we do this, we need to get current back buffer. We need to copy it into another texture part of it. So draw context, get current back buffer target. How do we copy it? How do we copy? Copy from. It only works with a render target. So it's all this stuff. Okay, so that it requires the resource. So I don't know if we can do this. Because it will require a transition. I mean, we can do it, but it will require a transition it to copy state copy source. What we need is actually to get target main from the game canvas. That's what we need, because that is finished. That's been finished with. Okay. So we need to know who is the game canvas to start with. So we'll get all these going. So this is the game canvas. It's the game canvas because it's called the game canvas. So we could say, if we could get the game canvas, we could do something like auto game canvas equals get game canvas. So we need to include where is game canvas? Sci-fi game canvas. Can we do it through the app? game canvas. I prefer doing that. And we can say if game canvas handle is equal to the canvas range canvas we can detect if it's the game canvas. We can do that here, or we can put it actually in the draw range. I'm not sure. So the canvas draw range could have what if it is the main canvas in it. So you could have something like bool is main game canvas. Canvas handle. You could say return handle. No. Okay, so there is no source file associated with this. Return canvas is equal to get app dot get main game canvas dot get handle. This is actually const. So now I can just straight up ask. I can just say, we don't have to include app here. Alice RB, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Working on a bit of graphics stuff. So now we can say if canvas range is main game canvas. Well, thanks for the sub as well. Much appreciated. Subscribed with Prime. Thank you. Very much appreciate it. If you've got any questions, let us know. All right. So now we know if with the draw range, if we are the main game canvas. So what we could do now is we could say, we could set target main in the draw context, I think. So we could say if is the main game canvas. Draw context. Set main game canvas. Also a game dev, nice one. Yeah, thanks very much. Do you stream? I'll follow you. I'll follow you back anyway, much appreciated. Not really, okay. No problem though. Yeah, I'm just writing. I'll show you. I don't know how long you've been watching, but I'm working on a combo box material right now. So I'm doing the menu system. So they got these combo boxes. So I'm working particularly on the blue background bit. So the plan is to copy what's behind here into a texture, blur it, and that can be added into the background of this as part of the material. That's the plan. But I'm got to finish in like 10 minutes. So I'm not going to get it done today, but get a good start. I'll probably get it done tomorrow. You know. But I've been working for the last 2 days on the combo box. Putting in little animations and stuff. Getting rid of bugs. So like the raw combo box is like this. So it's very different. Like they both use the same code. It's just one's got a different renderer attached to it. So this is the level editor you see, so it doesn't need anything fancy, but this one obviously is going to be the game. So it's going to use some different materials and stuff. So yeah, I'm just working out what I need to do is, so the game canvas, which is the thing that I want to copy, I need to cache it basically. So the draw order is like the game underneath, and then all the menus, and then the item list. I call this combo box item list. And if I cache the target main of the game canvas, then hopefully it includes this accessibility menu as well. I'm not sure though, we'll have to see. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because what I don't want to do is just copy the thing behind because it's already blurred. I want to copy actually the back buffer essentially. Oh yeah, thanks. Much appreciated. Yeah, I stream most weekdays. Maybe like 4 days a week or something. But yeah. And thanks for the Prime, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe actually if I save target main, it won't include the menu, the accessibility menu. It'll just be what's behind it. See you later. Much appreciated. Yeah, so that's going to be no good. What do we need to do then? So what's going on here? Maybe we just do need to have a state change. We have to have a state change. We have to, you know, transition. Because right now, we're like drawing to the back buffer, drawing. Then we need to stop drawing, make it a copyable resource, copy from it, swap it back to being a drawing resource, which is actually expensive. That's a pretty expensive operation. The alternative is, there is no alternative really. There is no alternative. Okay, whatever, we'll just do it. So, we go back to the canvas. Right, we've got an ad coming in a minute. I'm going to go and make a cup of tea. And then we'll do the last 10 minutes of the stream. Awesome. So I'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right then. So let's get the material out. How do we do that? This. So the material is game menu, item list, background. And then we want to make a render target. DX12 gets DX. What is it? DX get state get use render target. The width is the instance bounds width, instance bounds height. The format is eTexture format. RGBA 8. And then we want PRT copy from. And rather than another render target, we actually want to copy from the back buffer. So it would be plist draw context, get current back buffer target. Source P is instance offset. Dest P is 0. Width height is instance bounds width height. So obviously this won't compile because this is not a render target. So we need copy from, where we just have basically a resource. ID3D12 resource. P source resource. I'll just copy. So we're not going to do any clipping. This is the source resource. Q transition. P source resource. And then we do want to actually, so see if that compiles. No, we do want to transition it back as well. We need the current state. What's the current state of source resource? So we need D3, D12 resource states. Source state. Source current state. Which is good because then we're just going to queue it back from there to the source current state, and then flush barriers. Okay. Let's see what happens. If this works, it works. We need the current state, resource state, render target. I think it's render target, you know. I believe that's in window. Begin. Yeah, render target. Let's see what happens. Then I'm gonna have to head off. Seems good. Doesn't complain at all. One last pix. See if it's actually copied it. It's not a draw though, it's a copy. Copy texture region. Copy dest. Oh, is that right though? We'll see. So it's about over medium. It looks good. Yeah, that was fine. That's great. That looks good. That's like perfect. Right, so now I've got something to blur. But that's gonna have to wait till tomorrow. That was a good end. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully, around 9:30 in the morning. If not, definitely the day after. So thanks very much. I'll see you later.